Welcome to Bedtime Express, where history becomes your gentle companion on the journey to peaceful sleep. Tonight, we're embarking on a soothing 3-hour voyage through one of civilization's greatest stories, the rise and fall of Rome. Over the next 3 hours, you'll drift through 5 centuries of Roman history, from the golden age of Augustus to the transformation of an empire that shaped our modern world. We'll explore marble palaces and bustling forums, meet philosopher emperors and brilliant generals, and discover how Roman law, architecture, and culture continue to influence our lives today. Before you fall asleep, please give us a like, leave a comment about your favorite Roman emperor or moment in history, and subscribe to Bedtime Express for more bedtime stories. Don't forget to ring that notification bell so you never miss our latest journeys. Now, settle into your most comfortable position, close your eyes, and let your breathing slow and deepen. Allow the soft glow of your screen to fade as we begin our peaceful voyage back through time to the eternal city of Rome. Sweet dreams await you in the marble halls of history. The rise and fall of Rome. Close your eyes and drift back through the mists of time to a moment when the world was about to change forever. Picture the bustling streets of Rome in the year 27 BCE, where the scent of olive oil and freshly baked bread mingles with the dust kicked up by countless sandaled feet. The Roman Republic, that great experiment in governance that had lasted nearly 500 years, was breathing its final breaths. But from its ashes would rise something even more magnificent, the Roman Empire. In this pivotal year, a young man named Gaius Octavius, who would soon be known to history as Augustus, stood before the Roman Senate. His great-uncle, Julius Caesar, had been assassinated 13 years earlier, and the civil wars that followed had torn the Mediterranean world apart like a storm-tossed sea. But Augustus possessed something his predecessors had lacked: the wisdom to understand that Rome needed not just conquest, but careful cultivation of peace. He had learned from Caesar's mistakes, understanding that raw power without legitimacy was a recipe for disaster. The senators, weary from decades of bloodshed, watched as this young man accepted extraordinary powers while appearing to restore the Republic. It was a masterful performance, like watching a skilled actor who convinces his audience that he is truly the character he portrays. Augustus took the title of Princeps, meaning first citizen, and with gentle hands began reshaping an empire that would endure for centuries. He understood that Romans cherished their republican traditions, so he carefully preserved the forms while quietly transforming the substance. Picture Augustus as he walked through his palace on the Palatine Hill, his footsteps echoing softly on marble floors imported from quarries across the Mediterranean. Through tall windows, he could see the Forum Romanum below, where citizens gathered to conduct business hear legal cases, and debate the issues of the day. The great columns and temples reflected the golden light of the setting sun, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch toward the future itself. Here was the beating heart of a civilization that would influence every subsequent age of human history. Under Augustus's careful guidance, Rome entered what historians would later call the Pax Romana, the Roman peace. This was not merely the absence of war, but the presence of something far more precious: stability, prosperity, and the rule of law. Imagine merchants traveling safely from Britain to Egypt, carrying goods along roads so well built that some still exist today. Picture farmers in Gaul bringing their harvests to market without fear of bandits, and scholars in Alexandria corresponding with their colleagues in Athens. For the first time in human history, such a vast area was united under a single, coherent system of governance. The emperor understood that an empire built solely on conquest would crumble like a house of sand. Instead, he focused on what the Romans called civilitas, the art of civilized living. Cities across the empire began to bloom like flowers in spring, each one a miniature Rome complete with forums, theaters, baths, and aqueducts. The Roman way of life spread not through force alone, but through the irresistible appeal of comfort, order, and opportunity. Local elites throughout the provinces found it advantageous to adopt Roman customs, Roman dress, and Roman values, creating a truly cosmopolitan civilization. Augustus's domestic policies were equally revolutionary. He established the Praetorian Guard to protect the emperor, but kept their numbers small and their presence discreet. He created a professional fire brigade for Rome, recognizing that urban fires were one of the greatest threats to the city's prosperity. He reformed the grain distribution system that fed Rome's poor, ensuring that even the humblest citizens could survive in the great metropolis. These may seem like mundane administrative details, but they were the foundation stones upon which imperial stability rested. The emperor also understood the power of culture and propaganda in maintaining imperial unity. He commissioned Virgil to write the Aeneid, an epic poem that connected Roman destiny to the ancient world of Homer and Troy. He patronized historians like Livy, who chronicled Rome's rise from a small Italian city to master of the Mediterranean. He supported architects and artists who created public monuments that proclaimed Roman greatness to every passerby. The famous Ara Pacis, or Altar of Peace, depicted Augustus and his family in idealized marble reliefs that showed Rome's transition from war to peaceful prosperity. Augustus lived to be 75, an extraordinary age for his time, and his reign lasted 45 years. During these decades, Rome transformed from a war-weary republic into a confident empire. Poets like Virgil and Ovid crafted verses that would echo through eternity, while architects designed buildings that would inspire wonder for 2 millennia. When Augustus died in 14 CE, his last words were reportedly, "I found Rome brick and left it marble." But his true achievement was not architectural but political. He had created a system of government that could maintain peace and prosperity across a vast, diverse empire. His successor, Tiberius, was a more reluctant ruler, preferring the quiet pleasures of his villa on the island of Capri to the bustle of Roman politics. Yet even under his somewhat withdrawn leadership, the empire continued to prosper. The administrative systems Augustus had established were so well designed that they functioned smoothly even when the emperor himself was absent. It was like a great clock, its gears turning with precision regardless of who wound it. Provincial governors continued to enforce Roman law, tax collectors gathered imperial revenues, and legions maintained order along the frontiers, all following procedures established during Augustus's reign. Tiberius's reign revealed both the strengths and weaknesses of the new imperial system. His paranoia about potential conspiracies led to a series of treason trials that terrorized the Roman aristocracy, yet the fundamental institutions of government continued to function effectively. Trade flourished throughout the empire. New cities were founded, and existing ones expanded. The provinces experienced unprecedented peace and prosperity, even as political tensions simmered in the capital. It was a testament to Augustus's institutional genius that the empire could thrive even under a difficult emperor. The third emperor, Caligula, brought both brilliance and madness to the throne. His short reign was marked by extravagant building projects and equally extravagant cruelties. He built a temporary bridge across the Bay of Naples simply so he could ride across it wearing Alexander the Great's breastplate, demonstrating the kind of theatrical excess that would characterize his rule. He demanded to be worshipped as a living god and reportedly made his horse a consul, showing how imperial power could corrupt even a capable mind. Yet even during this troubled period, the Roman system of laws and administration continued to function, demonstrating the deep roots Augustus had planted. When Caligula was assassinated after less than 4 years, the empire did not collapse but continued forward like a great ship that maintains its course despite a storm. The Praetorian Guard discovered his uncle Claudius hiding behind a curtain in the palace and proclaimed him emperor, showing how the imperial system had already become institutionalized. Claudius, despite his physical disabilities and apparent weakness, would prove to be one of Rome's most capable rulers, demonstrating that the empire was strong enough to prosper under unexpected leadership. With Claudius came a return to steady governance and expansion. This emperor, despite a speech impediment and physical disabilities that had made him the butt of family jokes, proved to be one of Rome's most capable administrators. Under his rule, Britain became a Roman province, adding the mysterious island that had fascinated Romans since Caesar's brief invasions a century earlier. Picture Roman legions splashing ashore on British beaches, their eagles glinting in the northern sunlight as they began the conquest of a land that would remain Roman for 4 centuries. Claudius's administrative reforms were equally important. He professionalized the imperial bureaucracy, creating departments for correspondence, petitions, and financial administration staffed by capable freedmen rather than aristocratic amateurs. He extended Roman citizenship to deserving communities throughout Gaul, recognizing that the empire's strength lay in its ability to integrate diverse peoples into Roman civilization. Picture scribes working by lamplight in offices throughout the empire, carefully recording tax receipts, legal decisions, and census data that would help govern millions of people across 3 continents. This bureaucratic revolution would prove as important as any military conquest in ensuring imperial stability. The emperor's personal life was tumultuous. He was married 4 times and was reportedly poisoned by his final wife, Agrippina, who wanted to secure the throne for her son Nero. Yet his public achievements were remarkable, including the construction of a new harbor at Ostia to improve Rome's grain supply and the completion of magnificent aqueducts that brought fresh water to the growing capital. He also conquered southern Britain, adding wealthy agricultural lands and valuable mineral resources to the empire. Under his rule, Roman civilization reached its furthest extent in northern Europe, bringing Roman law and Roman culture to Celtic tribes that had never known urban life. Nero's reign began with great promise under the guidance of the philosopher Seneca and the Praetorian prefect Burrus. The young emperor showed artistic inclinations and a genuine interest in Greek culture, building magnificent public works, including the enormous palace called the Golden House. However, his reign gradually descended into excess and paranoia, culminating in the Great Fire of Rome in 64 CE, which some blamed on the emperor himself. Whether or not Nero actually fiddled while Rome burned, an impossibility since the fiddle hadn't been invented, his response to the crisis showed both the best and worst of imperial government. The emperor opened his own palaces to fire victims and organized massive relief efforts, demonstrating the imperial system's capacity for effective crisis response. He also used the opportunity to rebuild much of Rome according to a rational urban plan, with wider streets and fire-resistant construction materials. However, when rumors spread that he had started the fire deliberately, he deflected blame onto the small Christian community, initiating the first systematic persecution of this new religion. Picture early Christians being thrown to wild beasts in the arena while crowds cheered, their faith tested in ways that would strengthen rather than destroy their movement. Nero's later years were marked by increasing paranoia and artistic pretensions that alienated both the aristocracy and the military. His participation in theatrical performances and chariot races scandalized traditional Romans who believed emperors should maintain dignity appropriate to their station. When military commanders in Gaul and Spain finally rebelled in 68 CE, Nero found himself without support even among his own guards. His suicide marked the end of the Julio-Claudian dynasty and plunged the empire into a brief but severe civil war known as the Year of the Four Emperors. But it was under the Flavian dynasty, beginning with Vespasian in 69 CE, that Rome truly hit its stride. Vespasian was a practical man, a former general who understood both the military and civilian sides of governance. He came from a middle-class Italian family rather than the old Roman aristocracy, representing the empire's growing meritocratic tendencies. His rise to power demonstrated that competence and military support mattered more than noble birth in the new imperial system. He brought a refreshing common sense to imperial administration after the excesses of the Julio-Claudian emperors. Vespasian's most famous legacy is the Colosseum, but his true achievement was establishing fiscal responsibility and efficient administration throughout the empire. He imposed new taxes to rebuild the imperial treasury depleted by Nero's extravagances, famously joking that money had no odor when criticized for taxing public latrines. This pragmatic humor characterized his entire approach to government. He was concerned with what worked rather than what looked impressive. Under his rule, the empire's finances were restored, its military reorganized, and its frontiers secured through a combination of diplomacy and strategic positioning. The Flavian Amphitheater, as the Colosseum was originally known, represented Roman engineering at its finest. Picture the massive structure rising from the Roman landscape, its 4 stories of arches creating a facade that was both magnificent and functional. The building could seat over 50,000 spectators and featured sophisticated systems for managing crowd flow, providing refreshments, and staging elaborate spectacles. Most remarkably, the arena floor could be flooded for naval battles or equipped with elaborate mechanical devices that lifted wild animals and gladiators from underground chambers. It was a technological marvel that demonstrated Roman mastery over both engineering and entertainment. His son Titus, though he ruled for only 2 years, managed to complete the Colosseum and respond compassionately to the eruption of Mount Vesuvius in 79 CE. The destruction of Pompeii and Herculaneum was a tragedy that shocked the Roman world, yet Titus's swift response in providing aid to survivors demonstrated the empire's capacity for both efficiency and compassion. He organized relief efforts, provided financial assistance to refugees, and personally supervised reconstruction efforts in the affected areas. Archaeological excavations centuries later would reveal the frozen moment of that catastrophe, preserving for us a perfect snapshot of Roman daily life in all its complexity and richness. The preserved houses of Pompeii show us Roman domestic life in extraordinary detail. The graceful atria with their impluvium pools, the colorful frescoes depicting mythological scenes, the elaborate gardens where families relaxed in the Mediterranean climate. We can see the shops where bakers made bread, where metal workers crafted tools and jewelry, where tavern keepers served wine to thirsty customers. The graffiti on Pompeii's walls reveals the thoughts and feelings of ordinary Romans, love letters, political slogans, crude jokes, and advertisements for gladiatorial games. It's a time capsule that brings the ancient world to vivid life in ways that no literary source could achieve. Domitian, the last Flavian emperor, was more autocratic than his father and brother, yet his 15-year reign saw continued prosperity and military success. He strengthened the empire's frontiers, particularly along the Rhine and Danube rivers, and initiated numerous building projects throughout Rome. His palace on the Palatine Hill was so magnificent that later emperors would use it as their primary residence for centuries. He also completed the conquest of Britain begun under Claudius, pushing Roman control into Scotland and Wales, though these northern territories would prove difficult to hold permanently. Domitian's reign revealed the growing tension between imperial autocracy and traditional Roman republican values. He demanded to be addressed as Dominus et Deus, Lord and God, shocking senators who remembered when emperors had been merely first among equals. His extensive spy network and harsh treatment of potential rivals created an atmosphere of fear among the aristocracy that ultimately led to his assassination in 96 CE. Yet his administrative competence and military success showed that effective government was possible even under authoritarian rule. The empire he left behind was prosperous, secure, and ready for the golden age that was about to dawn. As the first century of the empire drew to a close, Rome stood at the height of its power and confidence. From the misty highlands of Scotland to the burning sands of the Sahara, from the Atlantic shores of Portugal to the bustling markets of Syria, Roman law and Roman order prevailed. Citizens could travel from one end of this vast domain to the other using a common currency, speaking Latin or Greek, and knowing that Roman justice would protect their rights. The Mediterranean had truly become, as Romans proudly called it, Mare Nostrum, our sea. The city of Rome itself had grown to over 1 million inhabitants, making it by far the largest city in the ancient world. Its streets teemed with people from every corner of the empire: Celtic warriors from Britain, dark-skinned merchants from Nubia, blonde-haired traders from Germania, and olive-skinned sailors from the eastern Mediterranean. In the great basilicas and bath complexes, senators rubbed shoulders with freed slaves, wealthy matrons chatted with foreign ambassadors, and children from a dozen different provinces played together in the streets. It was the world's first truly cosmopolitan city, a place where the entire known world came together under the Roman eagle. This was the Rome that would inspire countless generations to come, not just a city or an empire, but an ideal of civilization itself. As we prepare to follow Rome through its golden age, let us remember that what made Rome great was not just its military might or its architectural splendor, but its ability to unite diverse peoples under a common system of law and governance. This was Augustus's true legacy, not the marble buildings or the conquered territories, but the idea that different cultures could coexist and thrive under the umbrella of Roman civilization. It was an achievement that would echo through history, inspiring every subsequent attempt to create unity from diversity, order from chaos, and civilization from the raw materials of human ambition and dreams. Drift now into the most serene and prosperous period of Roman history, when 5 extraordinary emperors would guide the empire through nearly a century of unprecedented peace and prosperity. The year 96 CE marked the beginning of what historians call the Antonine dynasty, though it began with a man named Nerva, who was not technically part of that family line. Like a gentle dawn breaking over the Mediterranean, this period would illuminate the very best of what human civilization could achieve. It was an age when the Roman Empire would reach not just its greatest territorial extent, but its highest levels of cultural achievement and administrative sophistication. Nerva was an elderly senator chosen by his peers to restore dignity to the imperial office after the assassination of Domitian. Though he ruled for only 16 months, his most important decision was to adopt Trajan, a brilliant general from Hispania, as his heir. This act established a precedent that would serve Rome well: the principle that emperors should choose their successors based on merit rather than blood relationships. It was a radical idea that would give Rome 4 of its greatest rulers in succession. Picture the aging Nerva carefully studying the qualities of potential successors, knowing that his choice would shape the destiny of millions of people across 3 continents. Nerva's brief reign was marked by efforts to heal the wounds left by Domitian's harsh rule. He recalled political exiles, ended treason trials, and established a fund to help poor children throughout Italy. His land redistribution programs helped small farmers who had been squeezed out by large estates, while his fiscal policies restored confidence in imperial administration. Though his reign was too short to accomplish major reforms, he set a tone of benevolent governance that his successors would follow. Most importantly, he demonstrated the wisdom and restraint to choose Trajan as his heir, ensuring that capable leadership would continue after his death. Picture Trajan as he took power in 98 CE, a tall, robust man with intelligent eyes and the confident bearing of someone who had commanded legions on the frontier. He was the first emperor born outside Italy, representing the truly cosmopolitan nature that Rome was becoming. His birthplace in southern Spain had been Roman for over 2 centuries, and his family embodied the successful integration of provincial elites into Roman civilization. Under his rule, the empire would reach its greatest territorial extent, stretching from the Atlantic to the Persian Gulf, from the North Sea to the cataracts of the Nile. Yet Trajan understood that conquest without consolidation was ultimately meaningless, and he worked tirelessly to integrate new territories into the Roman system. Trajan's conquest of Dacia, the gold-rich kingdom north of the Danube, brought unprecedented wealth into the Roman treasury. Imagine caravans of wagons creaking under the weight of Dacian gold, making their way along Roman roads toward the capital. This treasure funded some of Rome's most ambitious building projects, including Trajan's Forum, a vast complex of markets, basilicas, and libraries that represented the pinnacle of Roman urban planning. The Emperor's Column, which still stands in Rome today, spirals upward like a stone scroll, telling the story of the Dacian campaigns in intricate carved relief that chronicles every aspect of Roman military organization and engineering skill. The Dacian Wars revealed Trajan at his best as both general and statesman. He personally led his armies across the Danube, sharing the hardships of common soldiers while demonstrating the strategic brilliance that had made him Nerva's chosen successor. The conquest required not just military skill, but extraordinary engineering achievements, including the construction of a massive stone bridge across the Danube River. This bridge, designed by the architect Apollodorus of Damascus, was considered one of the wonders of the ancient world, its 20 stone arches spanning over a kilometer of river. When the Dacian king Decebalus committed suicide rather than face capture, Trajan had gained not just territory but enormous prestige throughout the Roman world. But Trajan understood that conquest without consolidation was ultimately meaningless. Throughout the empire, his administrators worked tirelessly to improve infrastructure, establish new colonies, and extend Roman citizenship to deserving communities. Picture engineers surveying mountain passes for new roads, architects designing aqueducts to bring fresh water to growing cities, and legal scholars codifying laws that would govern fairly diverse populations. This was empire building, not as mere exploitation, but as a genuine effort to improve the lives of all who lived under Roman rule. The emperor personally supervised many of these projects, traveling throughout his domains to ensure that Roman standards of administration were maintained everywhere. Trajan's markets, a multi-level shopping complex built into the hillside next to his forum, demonstrated Roman commercial sophistication at its peak. Picture this ancient mall with its 150 shops and offices, its curved facades following the contours of the Quirinal Hill, its ingenious system of ramps and staircases allowing easy movement between levels. Here merchants from throughout the empire sold everything from British wool to Chinese silk, from German amber to Indian spices. The complex included administrative offices, meeting halls, and even what may have been the world's first welfare office, where free grain was distributed to Rome's poor. It was a testament to Roman organizational ability and commercial energy that would not be matched anywhere in the world for over 1,000 years. Trajan's eastern campaigns, though less successful than his Dacian conquests, revealed the empire at the height of its military power. Roman legions marched to the Persian Gulf, briefly conquering Mesopotamia and creating the empire's greatest territorial extent. However, these conquests proved impossible to hold, and Trajan died in 117 CE while planning further campaigns in the east. His eastern adventures showed both the strength and the limitations of Roman military power. While Roman armies could march anywhere, they could not hold territory indefinitely without the consent of local populations. This lesson would influence his successors' very different approach to imperial expansion. When Trajan died in 117 CE, his adopted heir Hadrian brought a different but equally valuable set of skills to the throne. Where Trajan had been the consummate soldier emperor, Hadrian was the philosopher emperor, a man of wide-ranging intellectual curiosity and artistic sensibility. He traveled constantly throughout his domains, personally inspecting frontiers, visiting cities, and immersing himself in local cultures with the enthusiasm of a scholar on sabbatical. No emperor before or after would know his empire as intimately as Hadrian did, and this personal knowledge informed every aspect of his policy-making. Hadrian's Wall, that magnificent stone barrier that stretched across northern Britain, still stands as testament to his strategic vision. But the wall was not merely a military fortification. It was a statement of Roman permanence and order, a line drawn across the landscape that said, "Here begins civilization." From the wall's watchtowers, Roman soldiers could gaze northward toward the misty highlands of Caledonia, knowing they guarded not just a frontier, but a way of life. The wall included not just defensive positions, but also temples, barracks, bathhouses, and trading posts, creating a complete community along the northern frontier. It represented Roman engineering at its most practical and Roman policy at its most thoughtful. The emperor was also a passionate lover of Greek culture, and under his reign, the ancient Greek city of Athens experienced a remarkable renaissance. He completed the temple of Olympian Zeus, a project that had languished unfinished for over 6 centuries, and established schools and libraries that made Athens once again a center of learning. Picture students from across the empire gathering in the shade of olive groves to hear lectures on philosophy, mathematics, and rhetoric, their discussions continuing long into the warm Mediterranean evenings. Hadrian's Athens became a kind of imperial university where the sons of Roman aristocrats came to complete their education in Greek culture and philosophy. The emperor himself participated in the Eleusinian mysteries and was initiated into various philosophical schools, showing his deep engagement with Greek intellectual traditions. Perhaps most remarkably, Hadrian founded an entirely new city in Egypt, Antinoopolis in honor of his beloved companion Antinous, who had drowned mysteriously in the Nile. The city was laid out according to perfect geometric principles, with wide boulevards, magnificent temples, and all the amenities of Roman urban life. Though founded in grief, it became a thriving center of trade and culture, demonstrating Rome's ability to create beauty even in sorrow. The city's layout followed classical Greek principles of urban planning, with its broad avenues intersecting at right angles and its public buildings arranged according to harmonious proportions. Even today, archaeological remains reveal the sophisticated water supply systems, elaborate baths, and beautiful mosaics that made Antinopolis one of the jewels of Roman Egypt. Hadrian's Pantheon in Rome represents perhaps the highest achievement of Roman architectural engineering. Picture this magnificent building with its perfect dome, its oculus open to the sky, its interior space that seems to capture infinity itself. The dome remains the largest unreinforced concrete dome ever built, a testament to Roman engineering skills that would not be equaled for over a millennium. The building's proportions are mathematically perfect. The height equals the diameter, creating a sphere of space that represents the cosmos itself. Standing inside the Pantheon on a rainy day, watching droplets fall through the oculus onto the marble floor, one can sense the spiritual dimension that Roman architecture could achieve when it moved beyond mere practicality to embrace the sublime. In 138 CE, Hadrian passed the imperial purple to Antoninus Pius, whose reign would be remembered as perhaps the most peaceful in Roman history. Antoninus was content to govern wisely from Rome rather than travel constantly, as his predecessor had done. His 23-year reign was marked by careful attention to legal reform, economic stability, and the gradual extension of Roman citizenship to deserving communities throughout the empire. It was as if the entire Mediterranean world had settled into a comfortable, prosperous routine under his gentle guidance. The emperor's nickname, Pius, reflected his devotion to duty and his respectful treatment of Roman traditions, including his insistence that the Senate maintain its dignity and participate meaningfully in imperial administration. During this period, the Roman economy reached unprecedented heights of sophistication. Imagine merchants in Lyon trading with suppliers in Damascus, their transactions recorded on papyrus documents that would be filed away in vast archives. Picture farmers in North Africa loading grain ships bound for Rome, their cargo carefully measured and taxed according to standardized imperial regulations. The empire had become a vast, integrated economic system in which goods, people, and ideas flowed freely across thousands of miles. Roman coins were accepted from Britain to Mesopotamia, and Roman weights and measures provided standardization that facilitated trade throughout the known world. Banking networks allowed merchants to conduct business across vast distances without carrying large amounts of cash, while imperial protection of trade routes ensured that commerce could flourish in safety. Roman law during this period achieved a level of sophistication that would influence legal systems for centuries to come. The great jurist Gaius produced his Institutes, a systematic presentation of Roman law that became the foundation for legal education throughout the empire. In courtrooms from Britain to Syria, judges applied consistent principles of justice that protected the rights of citizens and non-citizens alike. The Roman legal system was not perfect, but it represented humanity's greatest achievement up to that time in creating a just and orderly society. Legal concepts developed during this period, such as the presumption of innocence, the right to legal representation, and the distinction between public and private law, continue to influence modern legal systems around the world. When Antoninus Pius died in 161 CE, power passed to his adopted son Marcus Aurelius, a man who would become the last of the 5 good emperors and perhaps the most philosophically minded ruler in history. Marcus Aurelius had been trained from youth in Stoic philosophy, and he approached the burdens of imperial rule with a deep sense of duty and moral responsibility. His personal journal, known to us as Meditations, reveals a man constantly striving to be worthy of his enormous responsibilities. Unlike his predecessors, Marcus Aurelius spent much of his reign fighting wars along the northern frontiers, facing barbarian invasions that tested Roman military strength as it had not been tested since the early days of Augustus. Remember how brief life is, how vast the universe, he wrote to himself during long nights in his tent on the Danube frontier. You are an actor in a play which is as the author wants it to be. These were not the musings of a detached academic, but the working notes of a man who spent much of his reign defending the empire against barbarian invasions. The Marcomannic Wars tested Roman military strength as it had not been tested since the early days of Augustus, yet Marcus Aurelius met these challenges with both strategic brilliance and philosophical calm. His Meditations show us a ruler struggling to maintain his philosophical principles while making the hard decisions required to defend civilization itself. The emperor's Stoic philosophy profoundly influenced his approach to governance. He believed that rulers had a duty to serve the common good rather than their own interests, and his reign reflected this conviction in countless practical ways. He reformed the legal system to protect slaves and gladiators from abuse, established charitable foundations for orphans and poor children, and personally supervised the distribution of relief supplies during famines and natural disasters. Even while campaigning along the Danube, he continued to hear legal appeals and administrative cases, showing his commitment to accessible justice. His philosophical training taught him to see imperial power not as a privilege, but as a burden to be borne for the good of all humanity. Under Marcus Aurelius, Roman culture reached its fullest expression. The great historian Tacitus chronicled the empire's past with penetrating insight, while satirists like Juvenal and Martial captured the humor and humanity of daily Roman life. In the law schools, brilliant jurists like Papinian and Ulpian developed legal principles of such sophistication that they would be studied and applied for over 1,000 years after the empire's fall. It was as if all the streams of Roman achievement, military, political, cultural, and intellectual, had converged into a mighty river of civilization. Roman literature of this period combined the practical wisdom of Stoic philosophy with the elegant style of classical rhetoric, producing works that were both intellectually rigorous and aesthetically beautiful. The great bath complexes of this period, particularly the baths of Trajan and later the baths of Caracalla, represented Roman social life at its most refined. Picture these vast complexes on a typical afternoon. Citizens from all walks of life bathing, exercising, reading in the libraries, or simply socializing in the gardens. The conversation would flow between Greek and Latin, touching on everything from philosophy to chariot racing, from poetry to business ventures. These were not merely places to bathe, but community centers where the diverse population of the empire could mingle as equals. The baths included hot rooms, cold plunge pools, exercise areas, massage chambers, and even snack bars, creating a complete social experience that might last an entire afternoon. Women had their own designated hours or separate facilities, and even slaves could often afford the modest entrance fee, making the baths one of Rome's most democratic institutions. Roman engineering during this golden age achieved marvels that would not be equaled for over a millennium. The Pantheon, completed under Hadrian, still stands as a testament to Roman architectural genius. Its vast concrete dome, with its oculus open to the sky, creates a sense of space that seems to connect the earthly and the divine. Aqueducts carried fresh mountain water to cities hundreds of miles away, their arched spans marching across valleys like the footsteps of giants. Roads paved with massive stone blocks created a transportation network so efficient that the phrase "all roads lead to Rome" became a literal description of imperial geography. The engineering principles developed by Roman architects and builders, the use of concrete, the understanding of structural loads, the creation of efficient sewage and water systems would influence urban development throughout European history. The Roman postal system, cursus publicus, enabled communication across the empire at a speed that would not be matched again until the age of railways. Imperial messengers, changing horses at stations along the major roads, could carry dispatches from Rome to the Rhine in less than 40 days. Imagine the emperor in Rome reading reports from governors in Britain, Egypt, and Mesopotamia, all written within the same month, a level of administrative coordination that was truly revolutionary for its time. The postal system also facilitated private correspondence, allowing merchants to coordinate business ventures across vast distances and scholars to maintain intellectual networks that spanned continents. This communication network was perhaps as important as Rome's military might in maintaining imperial unity and coherence. Education flourished throughout the empire during this period, with schools established in every major city and many smaller towns. Young Romans studied Greek and Latin literature, rhetoric, mathematics, and philosophy, preparing for careers in law, administration, or the military. The best students might travel to Athens to study in the schools founded by Plato and Aristotle, or to Rhodes to hear the greatest orators of the age. It was an educational system that produced not just competent administrators, but cultured human beings who could appreciate beauty, think clearly about complex problems, and govern with wisdom. Roman education emphasized not just technical skills, but moral character, seeking to create citizens who would serve the common good rather than merely their own interests. The curriculum included physical training, music, and art appreciation, recognizing that complete human development required attention to body, mind, and spirit. Roman religion during this golden age was remarkably tolerant and inclusive. The traditional Roman gods continued to receive official reverence, but mystery religions from the East, the cults of Mithras, Isis, and Cybele, flourished alongside them. Jewish communities throughout the empire practiced their faith freely, despite occasional tensions with imperial authorities. Christianity too was beginning to spread, though it remained a minority religion whose followers often faced persecution for their refusal to participate in state religious ceremonies. The Roman approach to religion emphasized practical results rather than theological orthodoxy. Gods were judged by their ability to bring prosperity, victory, and happiness, rather than by abstract doctrinal correctness. This pragmatic tolerance allowed the empire to incorporate religious practices from throughout the known world, creating a rich, spiritual marketplace that offered something for every temperament and need. The economic prosperity of this period supported remarkable artistic achievements throughout the empire. Roman artists developed new techniques in fresco painting that created illusions of depth and space previously unknown in ancient art. Sculptors perfected portrait styles that captured not just physical appearance, but psychological character, creating marble faces that seem to breathe with life. Mosaic artists used millions of tiny colored stones to create floor decorations that rivaled the finest paintings in their complexity and beauty. Architecture evolved beyond mere functionality to embrace aesthetic principles that created buildings of stunning beauty as well as practical efficiency. The fusion of Greek artistic sensibility with Roman engineering prowess produced an artistic style that was both elegant and monumental, sophisticated and accessible. The Roman villa, as perfected during this golden age, represented domestic architecture at its finest. Picture these country estates with their columned courtyards, their elaborate gardens featuring fountains and statuary, their heated floors and glass windows that provided comfort unknown to earlier generations. The villa was not just a residence but a complete agricultural and social complex, including workshops for crafts, quarters for servants and slaves, storage facilities for crops and goods, and reception areas for entertaining guests. The most elaborate villas included private bathhouses, libraries, and even small theaters, creating self-contained worlds where wealthy Romans could enjoy all the amenities of urban life while remaining connected to the agricultural foundations of their wealth. These villas became centers of local culture and learning, where Roman and provincial traditions blended to create new forms of civilized life. The Roman army during this period represented military organization at its most sophisticated. Legions were not just fighting forces but mobile engineering units capable of building roads, bridges, and fortifications wherever they went. Picture Roman soldiers constructing a fortified camp at the end of each day's march, following standardized procedures that ensured security and efficiency regardless of terrain or weather conditions. The legionary was not just a warrior, but a skilled craftsman, trained in carpentry, stoneworking, and mechanical arts, as well as weapons handling and tactical maneuvers. Roman military medicine was remarkably advanced, with field hospitals and trained medical personnel who could perform complex surgical procedures under battlefield conditions. The combination of discipline, training, engineering skill, and medical knowledge made Roman legions nearly invincible against less organized opponents. Yet, even as the empire reached these heights of power and prosperity, Marcus Aurelius faced challenges that foreshadowed future difficulties. The Antonine Plague, probably smallpox, swept through the empire during his reign, killing millions of people and disrupting trade and agriculture. Barbarian pressures along the northern frontiers were intensifying as Germanic tribes were themselves displaced by movements of peoples further east. The costs of defending such extensive frontiers were straining imperial finances, forcing Marcus Aurelius to sell imperial property to fund military campaigns. Most ominously, the emperor broke with the precedent of adoptive succession and named his son Commodus as his heir, a decision that would have far-reaching consequences for the empire's future. As Marcus Aurelius's reign drew to a close in the 180s CE, the Roman Empire stood at the absolute pinnacle of ancient civilization. A citizen could travel from Scotland to Sudan, from Portugal to Persia, and find Roman law, Roman roads, Roman baths, and Roman theaters. More importantly, they would find Roman ideas about justice, citizenship, and human dignity that represented humanity's greatest achievement in creating a just and prosperous society. The empire encompassed perhaps 60 million people, speaking dozens of different languages, yet all united under the Roman eagle and the Roman ideal of civilized life. It was a political, cultural, and economic achievement that would not be equaled again until the modern era, and in some respects has never been surpassed. The Roman legal system during this golden age represented humanity's first successful attempt to create universal principles of justice that could govern diverse peoples fairly. The concept of natural law, legal principles derived from reason rather than custom or tradition, emerged from Roman jurisprudence and would influence Western legal thinking for centuries to come. Roman courts established precedents for due process, rules of evidence, and protection of individual rights that became foundational to later legal systems. The idea that law should be written down, publicly known, and applied equally to all citizens, regardless of their social status, was revolutionary for its time and remains a cornerstone of civilized society. Even the empire's non-citizen subjects benefited from legal protections that were far more extensive than those available in most other ancient societies. Yet even as careful observers might have noticed troubling signs on the horizon, the Marcomannic Wars had strained imperial finances and revealed the growing pressure of barbarian tribes on Rome's frontiers. The Great Plague that swept through the empire during Marcus Aurelius's reign had weakened the population and disrupted trade. Most ominously, Marcus Aurelius had broken with the precedent of adoptive succession and named his son Commodus as his heir, a decision that would have far-reaching consequences for the empire's future. The military expenses required to defend the empire's vast frontiers were growing faster than the economy could support, forcing emperors to debase the currency and impose heavier taxes on an already burdened population. The very success of Roman civilization was creating new challenges that would test the empire's resilience in the centuries ahead. But for now, as we pause at this moment of supreme achievement, let us simply marvel at what Rome had accomplished. In the space of less than 2 centuries, a small Italian city-state had created a civilization that spanned 3 continents and brought unprecedented peace, prosperity, and justice to the ancient world. It was an achievement that would echo through history, inspiring countless generations to dream of unity, order, and the possibility of human greatness. The Roman Empire of Marcus Aurelius represented not just political success, but the fulfillment of humanity's highest aspirations for organized society, a world where law ruled instead of force, where merit mattered more than birth, and where the benefits of civilization were available to all who accepted its responsibilities. This golden age would be remembered as long as humans could read and dream, a reminder that our species is capable of creating beauty, order, and justice even in an often chaotic and dangerous world. As we drift deeper into the currents of Roman history, the golden afternoon light of the Antonine Age begins to fade, replaced by the gathering shadows of what historians call the crisis of the 3rd century. The year 192 CE marked the end of Marcus Aurelius's troubled son Commodus, whose assassination plunged the empire into a period of chaos that would test every institution Rome had built over the previous 2 centuries. Yet, like a great tree that bends in the storm but does not break, Rome would demonstrate a remarkable capacity for survival and renewal, even in its darkest hours. This period would prove that Roman civilization was more than just the creation of great emperors. It had taken root so deeply in the soil of human society that it could survive even the collapse of the political system that had created it. Commodus had begun his reign with promise, inheriting the greatest empire in human history at the age of 19. But power corrupted him in ways that would have horrified his philosopher father. He fancied himself a gladiator and actually fought in the arena, shocking Roman sensibilities about imperial dignity. He renamed Rome after himself and declared that he was the reincarnation of Hercules, demonstrating the kind of megalomania that had destroyed earlier emperors. His reign became increasingly erratic and violent, marked by arbitrary executions and financial irresponsibility that squandered the treasury surplus left by Marcus Aurelius. When he was finally strangled in his bath by conspirators, including his own bodyguards, many Romans felt relief rather than grief. Picture the confusion and anxiety that gripped Rome in the months following Commodus's death. The emperor had been killed in a conspiracy involving his own bodyguards, and the Praetorian Guard, those elite soldiers responsible for protecting the emperor, auctioned off the imperial throne to the highest bidder. An elderly senator named Didius Julianus purchased the purple for the enormous sum of 25 sestertii per guardsman, but his reign lasted only 66 days before he too was murdered. It was as if the very foundations of imperial authority had suddenly turned to quicksand. Citizens throughout the empire watched in horror as the political system that had provided 2 centuries of stability collapsed into violent chaos. Into this chaos stepped Septimius Severus, a formidable general from North Africa, who understood that Rome's future lay not in the senate houses of the capital, but in the loyalty of the legions stationed on the frontiers. Severus marched on Rome with his Danubian legions, and his rise marked the beginning of what we might call the militarization of the Roman Empire. No longer would emperors be chosen for their wisdom or administrative skill. They would be made and unmade by the armies, and their primary concern would be keeping the soldiers satisfied. This fundamental change in the nature of imperial power would have consequences that echoed through the remaining centuries of Roman history. Severus proved to be an effective ruler in many ways, expanding the empire's boundaries and undertaking massive building projects, including the magnificent arch that still bears his name in the Roman Forum. But he fundamentally altered the character of Roman government by dramatically increasing the size and pay of the army while reducing the power of traditional civilian institutions. Enrich the soldiers and scorn all others, he supposedly advised his sons on his deathbed, advice that would haunt the empire for decades to come. His reign marked the beginning of the end for the Roman Senate as a meaningful political institution, as real power increasingly resided with whoever could command military loyalty. The emperor also expanded Roman citizenship significantly, but this once precious privilege was losing its meaning as the empire became increasingly militarized and bureaucratic. The Severan dynasty continued through his son Caracalla, whose most famous act was the Constitutio Antoniniana of 212 CE, which granted Roman citizenship to virtually all free inhabitants of the empire. This was a momentous decision that completed a process begun by Julius Caesar centuries earlier, yet it came at a time when Roman citizenship was beginning to lose much of its meaning. Picture a farmer in Gaul or a merchant in Syria suddenly learning that he was now a Roman citizen, with all the rights and obligations that entailed, yet living in a world where those rights were increasingly honored only in the breach. The expansion of citizenship was partly motivated by financial considerations, as citizens paid different taxes than non-citizens, revealing how even the most idealistic Roman policies were increasingly driven by fiscal necessity. Caracalla's reign was also marked by increasing barbarism, including the massacre of thousands of Alexandrians following a riot, showing how imperial power was becoming more arbitrary and violent. Caracalla's reign was marked by constant warfare and the construction of the massive bath complex in Rome that bore his name. These baths, larger and more magnificent than any that had come before, could accommodate thousands of bathers at once and included libraries, gymnasiums, and elaborate gardens. Yet, even as Romans relaxed in these luxurious surroundings, the empire was beginning to strain under the enormous cost of maintaining an ever larger military establishment. The emperor's endless campaigns in Germany and the East drained the treasury and forced him to debase the currency to pay his troops. His assassination in 217 CE, while campaigning in Mesopotamia, demonstrated the growing instability of imperial succession and the dangerous precedent of military commanders challenging imperial authority. After Caracalla's assassination in 217 CE, the empire entered a period of increasingly rapid turnover in emperors. Macrinus, Elagabalus, and Alexander Severus each brought their own attempts at reform and renewal, but each also revealed the growing fragility of imperial institutions. Elagabalus, in particular, shocked Roman sensibilities with his exotic religious practices and apparent disregard for traditional Roman values, while Alexander Severus, despite his personal virtue and intelligence, proved unable to control either the army or the growing barbarian pressure on the frontiers. Each emperor seemed weaker than his predecessor, and each faced greater challenges with fewer resources. The empire was beginning to resemble a patient suffering from multiple chronic illnesses, each crisis weakening its ability to cope with the next. The assassination of Alexander Severus in 235 CE marked the beginning of what historians call the military anarchy, a 50-year period during which the empire nearly collapsed entirely. In these 5 decades, there were over 20 emperors, most of whom met violent deaths after reigns lasting only a few years or even months. It was as if the empire had developed a fever that no treatment could break, lurching from crisis to crisis with each new would-be savior proving as inadequate as his predecessor. The traditional mechanisms of imperial succession had completely broken down, replaced by a brutal competition among military commanders who cared more about personal power than imperial welfare. Each new emperor faced the same impossible dilemma: how to satisfy the armies that had brought him to power, while also defending the frontiers and maintaining civilian government. Picture the confusion and despair of ordinary Romans during these dark years. A merchant in Lyon might hear that a new emperor had taken power in Rome, only to learn a few months later that this emperor too had been killed and replaced by another claimant. Tax collectors appeared regularly, demanding ever-increasing levies to support whichever army happened to be in control of the nearest city. Trade routes that had been secure for centuries became dangerous as bandits and deserters roamed the countryside, while barbarian raids penetrated deeper into Roman territory than ever before. The very concept of Roman authority became meaningless when that authority changed hands so frequently and violently. Many communities found themselves effectively abandoned by the imperial government, forced to organize their own defense and maintain order through local militia and improvised administration. The economic consequences of this political chaos were devastating. Roman currency, once the most stable and trusted in the ancient world, was repeatedly debased as emperors sought to pay their soldiers with coins containing ever less silver and gold. Inflation spiraled out of control, and many communities reverted to barter systems as Roman money became worthless. Picture a baker in Rome trying to price his bread when the value of the coins changed from week to week, or a soldier discovering that his pay could no longer buy the basic necessities of life. Trade declined precipitously as merchants could no longer predict costs or prices, while agricultural production fell as farmers were repeatedly conscripted for military service or had their crops seized to feed armies. The prosperity that had characterized the Golden Age was disappearing like water poured into sand. Yet even in these darkest times, the underlying strength of Roman civilization showed through. Local administrators continued to maintain order in their communities even when the central government was paralyzed. Roman law continued to be practiced in courtrooms throughout the empire, providing stability and justice even when the political system was in chaos. Teachers continued to educate students in the classics of Latin and Greek literature, preserving the cultural heritage that would outlast any particular dynasty or emperor. Christian communities, in particular, provided social services and moral guidance that helped people survive the collapse of traditional Roman institutions. The empire's infrastructure, its roads, aqueducts, and cities continued to function even when imperial authority was absent, demonstrating how deeply Roman civilization had taken root in the provinces. The barbarian invasions of this period were unlike anything Rome had faced before. These were not the organized military campaigns of civilized enemies like Parthia or Dacia, but mass migrations of entire peoples displaced by larger movements in Central Asia and Northern Europe. The Goths swept down from the Black Sea region, sacking cities in modern-day Turkey and Greece, while Frankish and Alemannic tribes crossed the Rhine in massive raids that penetrated as far as Spain and southern France. For the first time since the Republic, Roman armies were fighting for the very survival of Roman civilization itself. These barbarian groups were often better organized and more unified than the Roman forces sent against them, as they fought with the desperation of peoples seeking new homes rather than mere plunder. Perhaps most dramatically, Persian armies under the aggressive Sassanid dynasty captured the Roman Emperor Valerian in battle in 260 CE, an unprecedented humiliation that shocked the Roman world. Valerian spent the rest of his life as a prisoner in Persia, reportedly used as a human footstool by the Persian king Shapur I. His capture demonstrated to everyone, Romans and barbarians alike, that Roman military power was no longer invincible. Persian propaganda reliefs carved into rock faces showed the Roman emperor kneeling in submission before his captor, images that were meant to be seen by travelers for centuries to come. The psychological impact of this defeat was perhaps even more damaging than its military consequences, as it shattered the aura of invincibility that had been crucial to Roman success. In response to these multiple crises, parts of the empire began to break away and form their own independent governments. The Gallic Empire, centered in modern-day France and Germany, maintained its own emperors for over a decade, providing effective defense against barbarian invasions, while the central Roman government was paralyzed by civil war. Similarly, the wealthy trading city of Palmyra in Syria, under its remarkable queen Zenobia, established control over much of the eastern Mediterranean, creating a buffer against Persian expansion. These breakaway states showed that Roman governmental systems could function effectively even when separated from Rome itself, but they also demonstrated how the empire's unity was fracturing under pressure. The very success of these independent governments was an indictment of the central imperial administration's failures. Zenobia herself was one of the most fascinating figures of this chaotic period, an educated, cultured woman who spoke several languages and surrounded herself with scholars and philosophers, yet also led armies in battle and expanded Palmyrene control as far as Egypt. She claimed descent from Cleopatra and styled herself as a new queen of the East, representing the growing desire of Rome's provinces to govern themselves rather than wait for salvation from the eternally distracted capital. Her court at Palmyra became a center of learning and culture that rivaled Rome itself, attracting intellectuals from throughout the eastern Mediterranean. For a brief moment, it seemed possible that the Roman Empire might split permanently into multiple successor states, each maintaining Roman traditions while adapting them to local conditions. Zenobia's eventual defeat and capture by Aurelian marked the end of this experiment in decentralized Roman governance, but her reign showed what might have been possible under different circumstances. Yet Rome proved remarkably resilient even in the face of these existential threats. A series of capable soldier emperors gradually restored order and began the long process of recovery. Claudius II defeated the Goths in a series of hard-fought battles, earning the title Gothicus, while Aurelian recaptured both the Gallic Empire and Palmyra, reuniting the empire under central control. Aurelian also built the walls around Rome that still bear his name, a tacit admission that even the capital itself was no longer safe from barbarian attack, yet also a symbol of Roman determination to survive. These emperors showed that effective leadership could still mobilize Roman resources and restore imperial authority, but the cost of recovery was enormous in both human and financial terms. The Emperor Probus continued this work of restoration, spending his entire reign fighting to secure the frontiers and restore Roman authority. He was said to have boasted that he would soon make soldiers unnecessary, as he would restore such complete peace that the army could be disbanded, a poignant dream that showed how Romans of this era longed for the security their ancestors had taken for granted. Though Probus himself was killed by mutinous soldiers before he could achieve this vision, his campaigns did much to stabilize the empire's borders. His reign demonstrated both the possibility of imperial recovery and the continuing fragility of imperial authority in an age when emperors depended entirely on military support. The fact that even successful emperors like Probus met violent deaths showed how deeply the crisis had damaged traditional Roman institutions. During these troubled decades, Christianity continued to spread throughout the empire, often providing comfort and community to people whose traditional sources of security had failed them. The Christian message of hope for a better life after death resonated particularly strongly with those who had lived through the chaos and uncertainty of the 3rd century. Christian communities developed sophisticated systems of charity and mutual aid that helped their members survive economic hardship, while Christian bishops emerged as respected community leaders who could provide guidance when secular authorities proved inadequate. The religion's emphasis on moral behavior and community solidarity offered an attractive alternative to the corruption and violence that characterized much of imperial politics. Paradoxically, the empire's weakness may have contributed to Christianity's strength by creating a spiritual vacuum that the new religion was well positioned to fill. The great persecution of Christians under Diocletian, which began in 303 CE, was in many ways the old Roman establishment's last desperate attempt to restore traditional values and religious practices. Picture Christian families gathering secretly in private homes to celebrate their sacred meals, knowing that discovery could mean imprisonment, torture, or death. Yet the very intensity of this persecution revealed Christianity's growing strength. The imperial government would not have bothered to attack so vigorously a religion that posed no threat to traditional Roman society. Many Christians faced their trials with such courage and dignity that they won converts even among their persecutors, demonstrating the power of moral example in an age when political authority had lost much of its legitimacy. The persecution ultimately failed in its objective of restoring traditional Roman religion, instead showing how deeply Christian values had penetrated Roman society. Roman art and literature of this period reflected the anxiety and uncertainty of the times. Portrait sculpture became increasingly abstract and spiritual, focusing on inner psychological states rather than idealized physical beauty. Literature turned toward escapist fantasies or philosophical consolation, as writers struggled to make sense of a world that seemed to have lost its moorings. 5. Yet even in these difficult works, we can see the continuing vitality of Roman culture and its ability to adapt to changing circumstances. The famous portraits of 3rd century emperors with their haunted eyes and careworn faces capture the psychological burden of ruling during this age of crisis. These works show us rulers who understood the enormous challenges they faced and the personal cost of trying to hold together a civilization under tremendous stress. The administrative innovations of this period would prove crucial to the empire's eventual recovery. Emperors like Gallienus began the systematic promotion of equestrian officers over senatorial commanders, recognizing that competence mattered more than social class in the desperate struggle for survival. Military units became more flexible and professional, better adapted to the new style of warfare required to fight barbarian raiders and Persian armies. Provincial administration was streamlined and made more efficient, with governors given greater authority to respond quickly to local crises. These reforms laid the groundwork for the more comprehensive reorganization that Diocletian would implement at the century's end. The crisis forced Romans to abandon many cherished traditions and experiment with new forms of government that would prove better adapted to the empire's changed circumstances. Perhaps most importantly, this period of crisis forced Romans to recognize that their empire had grown too large and complex to be governed by the institutions designed for a much smaller state. The old system of a single emperor trying to control everything from Scotland to Mesopotamia had clearly failed, and new approaches would be needed if Rome were to survive and prosper in the centuries ahead. The stage was being set for the revolutionary changes that would transform the empire in the late 3rd and early 4th centuries. The crisis had been devastating, but it had also been educational, teaching Romans hard lessons about the limits of traditional approaches to imperial government. The empire that would emerge from this crisis would be very different from the one that had entered it, but it would also be better adapted to the realities of governing a vast, diverse realm in an increasingly dangerous world. As the year 284 CE approached, the Roman world stood at a crossroads. The old empire of Augustus and Marcus Aurelius was gone forever, swept away by 50 years of crisis and transformation. Yet from the ashes of the old order, something new and different was emerging, an empire that would be more militarized, more bureaucratic, and more autocratic than its predecessor, but also more resilient and better adapted to the challenges of governing a vast, diverse realm in an increasingly dangerous world. The stage was set for one of history's great reformers to take the throne and begin the monumental task of rebuilding Roman civilization on new foundations. The crisis had nearly destroyed Rome, but it had also prepared the empire for a remarkable transformation that would extend its life for many centuries to come. In the gentle twilight of our Roman story, we come now to one of history's most dramatic transformations, as an empire that had nearly died was reborn in a completely new form. The year 284 CE brought to power a man named Diocles, a soldier from humble origins in the Balkans who would take the name Diocletian and revolutionize every aspect of Roman government, society, and culture. Picture him as he stood before the assembled troops who had acclaimed him emperor, a man of medium height with penetrating eyes and the weathered features of someone who had spent decades on the frontier, knowing that he held the fate of civilization itself in his capable hands. Unlike his predecessors who had tried to patch the crumbling structure of the old empire, Diocletian understood that complete reconstruction was necessary if Rome were to survive the challenges of a new age. Diocletian understood better than any of his predecessors that the Roman Empire had grown too vast and complex to be governed by a single individual from a single capital. His revolutionary solution was the tetrarchy, the rule of 4, in which the empire would be divided among 2 senior emperors, Augusti, and 2 junior emperors, Caesares, each responsible for a different region, but all working together for the common good. It was a bold experiment in shared governance that would have seemed impossible to Augustus or Trajan, yet it proved remarkably effective in restoring order and stability to the Roman world. The system recognized the practical impossibility of governing territories stretching from Britain to Mesopotamia from a single center, while maintaining the theoretical unity of the empire under shared imperial authority. Each tetrarch established his own capital and administrative system, but all governed according to common laws and policies established through regular consultation and coordination. Imagine the relief that spread throughout the empire as news arrived that competent administrators were once again in control of distant provinces. Farmers in Gaul could plant their crops, knowing that someone in nearby Trier was responsible for protecting them from barbarian raids. Merchants in Egypt could plan trading expeditions confident that officials in Nicomedia understood their concerns and could respond quickly to any problems. For the first time in decades, Roman subjects could look to the future with something approaching optimism. The Tetrarchy represented not just a new form of government, but a new understanding of how large empires needed to be organized in order to function effectively in a complex world. Diocletian's administrative reforms were equally revolutionary, creating a vast bureaucracy that would govern the empire more systematically than ever before. He separated military and civilian commands, ensuring that no provincial governor could command both administrative and military power in his region. He dramatically increased the number of provinces, making them smaller and more manageable, while creating new layers of regional administration above them. Picture thousands of clerks and administrators working in government offices throughout the empire, carefully recording tax assessments, legal decisions, and military deployments in a system so comprehensive that we can still study its operations in detail from surviving papyrus documents. This bureaucratic revolution created career opportunities for educated men throughout the empire, while ensuring that imperial policies were implemented consistently across vast distances. The system was so well designed that it would continue to function effectively for centuries, providing the administrative foundation for both the Western and Eastern empires. The emperor's economic reforms were perhaps even more dramatic than his political innovations. To combat the devastating inflation of the 3rd century, he issued the famous edict on maximum prices, attempting to control the cost of everything from bread to silk by imperial decree. Though this particular measure ultimately failed, proving that even imperial authority could not override basic economic laws, his broader economic policies, including tax reform and currency stabilization, did succeed in restoring fiscal health to the empire. More importantly, he transformed Roman taxation from a money-based system to one based on payments in kind, ensuring that the government could continue to function even when currency was unstable. This reform required enormous administrative sophistication, as tax collectors had to assess, collect, transport, and distribute vast quantities of grain, oil, cloth, and other goods throughout the empire. The system created the world's most complex planned economy, with government officials coordinating production and distribution across 3 continents. Diocletian also revolutionized the imperial court, transforming it from the relatively informal institution it had been under earlier emperors into an elaborate ceremonial system modeled on the courts of Eastern monarchies. Visitors to the emperor now had to prostrate themselves before him, and he wore robes of purple silk embroidered with gold and precious gems. This might seem like mere vanity, but it served an important political purpose after decades of civil war and assassinated emperors. Diocletian understood that imperial authority needed to be clothed in such majesty that no one would dare challenge it. The elaborate court ceremonial created a psychological barrier between the emperor and potential rivals, making rebellion seem not just dangerous but almost sacrilegious. The emperor became not just a political leader, but a semi-divine figure whose authority derived from heaven itself rather than merely from military success or popular approval. The great persecution of Christians that began in 303 CE was perhaps Diocletian's most controversial policy, representing a last desperate attempt to restore the traditional Roman religion that had supposedly brought the empire its early success. Picture Christian churches throughout the empire being destroyed, their sacred books burned, and their clergy imprisoned or executed. Yet even as this persecution raged, Christianity continued to grow, and many Romans began to question whether the old gods really had the power to save the empire that their Christian neighbors claimed for their single deity. The persecution revealed the extent to which Christian values had already penetrated Roman society. Many officials were reluctant to enforce the anti-Christian laws, and some openly converted to Christianity despite the legal risks. The failure of this persecution to achieve its objectives showed that religious transformation could not be reversed by political decree, no matter how powerful the authority issuing it. When Diocletian abdicated in 305 CE, the first Roman emperor ever to retire voluntarily, he retreated to his massive palace in Split on the Dalmatian coast, where he famously spent his remaining years growing cabbages. "If you could see the vegetables I raise with my own hand at Salona," he reportedly told visitors who urged him to return to power, "you would not press me to exchange the happiness of this place for the storms of a never-resting ambition." It was a remarkable end to a remarkable career, and his palace still stands today as one of the best preserved examples of Roman architecture. The palace complex was designed as both a retirement home and a fortress, with walls strong enough to withstand siege and apartments luxurious enough to house an emperor in comfort. Diocletian's peaceful retirement represented a new model of imperial behavior, the idea that power could be relinquished voluntarily rather than held until death or deposition. Unfortunately, Diocletian's carefully constructed system of shared rule collapsed shortly after his retirement, leading to another round of civil wars as various claimants fought for supreme power. Out of this chaos emerged Constantine, son of one of Diocletian's fellow tetrarchs, who would prove to be an even more transformative figure than Diocletian himself. Constantine's victory at the Battle of the Milvian Bridge in 312 CE was attributed by the emperor himself to divine intervention by the Christian God, marking the beginning of Christianity's transformation from a persecuted minority to the empire's dominant religion. The emperor claimed to have seen a vision of the Christian cross blazing in the sky with the words, "In this sign, conquer," and whether or not we accept the literal truth of this vision, its political consequences were enormous. Constantine's conversion represented not just a personal spiritual decision, but a fundamental shift in the empire's cultural and religious identity. Picture Constantine as he prepared for that crucial battle, reportedly seeing a vision of the Christian cross blazing in the sky with the words, "In this sign, conquer." Whether or not we accept the literal truth of this vision, its political consequences were enormous. Constantine not only legalized Christianity throughout the empire with his Edict of Milan in 313 CE, but actively promoted it, building magnificent churches and convening the Council of Nicaea to resolve theological disputes. The empire that had begun as a pagan republic was transforming itself into a Christian monarchy. Constantine's support gave Christianity access to imperial resources and prestige that accelerated its spread throughout the Roman world, while his personal involvement in theological disputes established the precedent of imperial intervention in religious matters. The emperor saw himself not just as Christianity's protector, but as its guide, responsible for ensuring doctrinal unity and proper worship throughout his domains. Constantine's most lasting legacy was the founding of Constantinople, the new Rome built on the site of the ancient Greek city of Byzantium. This magnificent new capital, strategically located at the junction of Europe and Asia, was conceived as a Christian city from its very foundation. Picture the construction crews working to build not only magnificent palaces and government buildings, but also the great church of Hagia Sophia and dozens of smaller churches throughout the city. Constantine intended his new capital to be both the political center of the Eastern Empire and a shining symbol of Christian civilization. The city's layout incorporated Christian symbolism into its very design, with major boulevards arranged to form crosses and churches positioned at key intersections and viewpoints. Unlike old Rome with its layers of pagan history, Constantinople could be designed from the ground up as a truly Christian metropolis. The new city quickly became a magnet for trade and culture, drawing merchants, scholars, and artisans from throughout the Mediterranean world. Its location allowed it to control the vital trade routes between Europe and Asia, making it fabulously wealthy and ensuring its political importance for centuries to come. More importantly, it provided the eastern provinces with their own governmental center, reducing their dependence on the increasingly distant city of Rome. The foundation of Constantinople marked the beginning of what would become the Byzantine Empire, though contemporaries still thought of themselves as Romans governing Roman territories according to Roman law. The city's rapid growth and prosperity demonstrated the continuing vitality of Roman civilization, even as it adapted to new religious and cultural circumstances. Constantine's sons continued his policies of promoting Christianity and strengthening imperial administration, though their reigns were marked by renewed civil wars and barbarian invasions. The empire was briefly reunited under Julian, known to Christians as the Apostate, for his attempt to restore traditional Roman religion. But his death in battle against the Persians in 363 CE ended the last serious challenge to the empire's Christian identity. From this point forward, Roman emperors would be Christian, and the empire would increasingly see itself as having a divine mission to spread Christian civilization throughout the known world. Julian's failed attempt at pagan restoration showed that religious transformation, once accomplished, could not be easily reversed, even by imperial decree. Christianity had become too deeply embedded in Roman society and culture to be uprooted by political action alone. The reign of Theodosius I, 379–395 CE, marked the final consolidation of Christianity as the empire's official religion. Under his rule, traditional Roman religious practices were not merely discouraged, but actively suppressed, with pagan temples closed and their rituals banned. The Olympic Games, which had been celebrated for over 1,000 years, were permanently discontinued as incompatible with Christian values. Picture the last Olympic competitors, trained in the ancient athletic traditions of Greece, competing one final time before this link to the classical past was severed forever. Theodosius's religious policies represented the triumph of a new vision of Roman civilization, one in which Christian values took precedence over traditional Roman customs when the two came into conflict. The emperor saw himself as God's representative on earth, responsible for ensuring that his subjects lived according to Christian moral standards. Yet even as Christianity transformed Roman culture, the empire faced growing military and political challenges. The Goths, who had been defeated and scattered in previous centuries, were beginning to coalesce into more organized confederations under capable leaders. The Huns, moving westward from the Asian steppes under their formidable king Attila, displaced other barbarian tribes and set in motion the great migrations that would reshape the European map. Roman armies, increasingly composed of Germanic federates rather than traditional Roman legions, were often more loyal to their own commanders than to distant emperors. The empire's military was becoming increasingly barbarized, even as its culture became increasingly Christian, creating new tensions and conflicts within Roman society. These military pressures would eventually prove too great for the Western Empire to withstand, though the Eastern Empire would successfully adapt to the new conditions. The division of the empire between Theodosius's sons Arcadius and Honorius in 395 CE created the final administrative structure that would characterize late Roman government. The Western Empire, with its capital at Ravenna, controlled Italy, Gaul, Spain, Britain, and parts of North Africa. The Eastern Empire, governed from Constantinople, ruled the Balkans, Anatolia, Syria, Palestine, and Egypt. Though officially this was still one empire ruled by two emperors, in practice it marked the beginning of two separate political entities that would follow increasingly different paths. The division was initially intended to be temporary, but circumstances would make it permanent as each half of the empire developed its own institutions, policies, and cultural identity. The Western and Eastern empires would face similar challenges but respond to them in very different ways, with dramatically different results. Roman law during this period reached its final mature form under the guidance of brilliant jurists who compiled and systematized centuries of legal development. The Theodosian Code, promulgated in 438 CE, represented the most comprehensive collection of Roman law ever assembled, providing clear guidance for judges and administrators throughout the empire. This legal tradition would prove to be one of Rome's most enduring legacies, influencing legal systems throughout Europe and beyond for over 1,500 years. The code addressed not just traditional legal questions, but also new issues arising from the empire's Christian identity, such as the legal status of clergy and the regulation of religious observance. Roman law's emphasis on written statutes, due process, and consistent application of legal principles would become foundational to Western legal tradition, even as the empire that created it underwent fundamental transformation. The cultural transformation of this period was equally dramatic. Christian writers like Street Augustine began developing sophisticated theological and philosophical systems that would dominate Western thought for centuries. Christian art and architecture evolved distinctive styles that combined classical Roman techniques with new symbolic content. The great basilicas of this period, with their soaring columns and elaborate mosaics, created spaces for worship that were both magnificent and spiritually uplifting. These churches represented a new form of public architecture, designed not for civic gatherings or commercial activity, but for collective worship and spiritual contemplation. The artistic programs of these buildings told the Christian story in visual form, making religious teachings accessible to illiterate populations, while creating environments that inspired religious devotion. Yet, traditional Roman culture did not disappear entirely during this Christian transformation. The great families of the Roman aristocracy continued to study classical literature and maintain the old educational traditions, even as they outwardly conformed to Christian requirements. Schools throughout the empire continued to teach Latin and Greek grammar, rhetoric, and philosophy, ensuring that the intellectual achievements of the classical world would not be entirely lost. In private libraries and scriptoriums, scholars quietly preserved manuscripts of pagan authors whose works might otherwise have been forgotten. This cultural continuity would prove crucial to the survival of classical learning through the difficult centuries that lay ahead. The tension between Christian and classical values created a productive intellectual dialogue that enriched both traditions. The economic changes of this period were equally significant. The empire's center of gravity was shifting eastward, as Constantinople and other eastern cities became increasingly prosperous, while many western cities declined. Egypt continued to be the empire's breadbasket, but its grain increasingly fed Constantinople rather than Rome. Trade routes through the Red Sea and Persian Gulf brought luxury goods from India and China directly to eastern ports, bypassing traditional Western intermediaries. The Eastern Empire's greater wealth and economic dynamism would prove crucial to its survival in the coming centuries, while the Western Empire's relative poverty would make it vulnerable to barbarian conquest. The shift in economic power paralleled and reinforced the political division between East and West, making reunion increasingly unlikely and ultimately impossible. The military reforms of this period represented a fundamental transformation in how the empire defended itself. The traditional Roman legion, with its standardized equipment and tactics, was gradually replaced by more flexible forces that could respond quickly to barbarian raids and guerrilla warfare. Increasing reliance on Germanic federates meant that Roman armies often included soldiers who had once been enemies of the empire, creating new challenges for military discipline and loyalty. Fortifications became more sophisticated, with elaborate systems of walls, towers, and defensive positions designed to channel and delay attacking forces rather than simply stop them. These military innovations showed Roman adaptability in the face of changing threats, but they also revealed how much the nature of warfare was changing in this period. The empire was becoming more militarized even as it became more Christian, creating tensions that would influence its development for centuries to come. As the 4th century drew to a close, the Roman Empire had been utterly transformed from what it had been 3 centuries earlier. Augustus would barely have recognized the Christian, bureaucratic, militarized state that bore his empire's name. Yet, in many ways, this late Roman Empire was better adapted to the realities of governing a vast, diverse realm in an increasingly dangerous world. Its administrative systems were more sophisticated, its military more flexible, and its ideological foundations more appealing to the masses of its subjects than anything the pagan empire had achieved. The empire had learned to change in order to survive, demonstrating a capacity for institutional evolution that was perhaps Rome's greatest strength. The transformations of the 4th century created the foundation for the empire's survival in the East and its gradual transformation in the West. The stage was now set for the final act of our Roman drama, the collapse of the Western Empire and the survival of the Eastern Empire that would become Byzantium. The transformations we have witnessed in this chapter made that division both inevitable and, in retrospect, remarkably successful. Rome had learned to change in order to survive, and though one half of the empire would soon fall to barbarian invasions, the other half would continue the Roman tradition for another 1,000 years. The empire of Diocletian and Constantine was very different from the empire of Augustus and Marcus Aurelius, but it was still recognizably Roman in its commitment to law, order, and civilized government. The final chapter of our story will show how these transformed Roman institutions met the ultimate test of survival in an increasingly chaotic world. As our gentle journey through Roman history approaches its twilight, we come to the most poignant chapter of all, the final collapse of the Western Roman Empire and the miraculous survival of Roman civilization in new forms that would outlast the empire itself. The year 395 CE had divided the Roman world between two young emperors, brothers who would never meet again, ruling realms that would grow increasingly different with each passing decade. Picture the melancholy beauty of this moment, the sun setting on the classical world that had endured for over 800 years, yet casting its golden light on new civilizations that would carry the Roman legacy into an unimaginable future. This was not merely the end of an empire, but the transformation of an entire civilization, as Roman institutions and ideas adapted to new circumstances and found new expressions in a changing world. In the West, the young Emperor Honorius ruled from the safety of Ravenna, a marshy city on Italy's Adriatic coast that was nearly impregnable due to its location amid protective wetlands. The choice of this remote capital, rather than the eternal city of Rome itself, revealed how precarious the Western Empire's situation had become. The real power lay in the hands of military strongmen like Stilicho, a general of Vandal ancestry who commanded Germanic federal troops and struggled heroically to hold together an empire that was slowly dissolving around him. Stilicho represented the new reality of Roman government, capable barbarian leaders serving Roman interests while maintaining their own ethnic identities and loyalties. His tragic fall from power and execution in 408 CE removed one of the West's most capable defenders at a crucial moment when unity was essential for survival. The Western Empire was becoming increasingly dependent on the very peoples it had once conquered, creating a dangerous dynamic that would ultimately prove unsustainable. Picture Stilicho as he paced the halls of the Imperial Palace in Ravenna. Reports of barbarian movements scattered across his desk like leaves blown by an autumn wind. The Visigoths, under Alaric, were moving through the Balkans toward Italy, while Vandals, Suevi, and other Germanic tribes had crossed the frozen Rhine on New Year's Eve, 406, and were now devastating Gaul. In Britain, Roman legions were being withdrawn to defend more critical frontiers, leaving that distant province to fend for itself against Saxon raiders. It was like trying to hold back the ocean with one's bare hands. Each crisis seemed to spawn two more, and the resources needed to address these multiple threats were simply not available to the impoverished Western government. The empire that had once seemed invincible was revealing its fundamental weakness. It had grown too large to defend effectively with the resources at its disposal. The sack of Rome by Alaric's Visigothic army in 410 CE sent shockwaves throughout the civilized world. For the first time in 800 years, foreign enemies had captured the eternal city itself. Though Alaric's relatively restrained approach to plunder reflected the fact that he too was a Christian and had no desire to destroy Roman civilization entirely. Picture Roman aristocrats fleeing their magnificent villas with whatever portable wealth they could carry, while Visigothic warriors marveled at the marble statues and silk tapestries that represented levels of luxury beyond their wildest dreams. The psychological impact of Rome's capture was perhaps greater than its material consequences, as it shattered the illusion of Roman invincibility that had been crucial to imperial prestige. Many contemporaries saw the sack as divine punishment for the empire's abandonment of its traditional gods, while others blamed it on moral corruption and military weakness. The event marked a turning point in how both Romans and barbarians viewed the empire's future prospect. The great Christian writer Street Jerome, living in distant Palestine, captured the mood of the age when he wrote, "If Rome can perish, what can be safe?" Yet, even as the physical city was sacked, the idea of Rome proved more resilient than its temporary conquerors. Alaric himself died shortly after capturing the city, and his Visigothic followers eventually settled in southern Gaul and Spain, where they established kingdoms that maintained Roman law and Roman administrative practices. They had not come to destroy Roman civilization, but to share in its benefits. The Visigothic kingdom in Spain would preserve Roman legal traditions and Latin literature long after the Western Empire itself had vanished, showing how Roman culture could survive political collapse. This pattern would be repeated throughout the former Western provinces, as barbarian rulers adopted Roman institutions while adapting them to their own needs and circumstances. The Western Empire's agony continued through the middle decades of the 5th century, each crisis seeming to spawn two more in an endless cascade of disasters. Vandals crossed from Spain into North Africa, seizing the rich provinces that had once supplied grain to Rome itself. Huns under Attila ravaged Gaul and Italy, demanding enormous tributes that emptied the imperial treasury. Local strongmen throughout the western provinces began ruling independently, maintaining the forms of Roman government while ignoring orders from Ravenna. The Western Empire was fragmenting into multiple successor states, each claiming Roman legitimacy while pursuing its own interests. Britain, abandoned by Roman legions, developed its own Romano-British kingdoms that preserved elements of Roman civilization while adapting to new circumstances. Gaul saw the emergence of powerful regional rulers who combined barbarian military strength with Roman administrative expertise. Yet, amidst this political chaos, Roman culture continued to evolve and adapt. Pope Leo I, later called the Great, demonstrated the growing power of the Christian Church when he personally confronted Attila the Hun outside Rome and persuaded him not to sack the city. Picture this extraordinary scene: the elderly pope in his simple white robes facing the most feared warrior in Europe, armed only with moral authority and the power of persuasion, yet somehow managing to turn back an army that had terrorized half the continent. It was a powerful symbol of how Christian leadership was beginning to fill the vacuum left by imperial weakness. The Catholic Church was becoming a state within the state, maintaining its own diplomatic relations, administering vast territories, and providing social services that secular government could no longer deliver. Bishops emerged as crucial political figures who could negotiate between Roman and barbarian authorities while protecting their communities from the worst excesses of warfare and political instability. The traditional Roman aristocracy also adapted to changing circumstances with remarkable flexibility. Great families like the Anici learned to work with barbarian kings while preserving their estates and their culture. They continued to educate their children in classical literature, to commission magnificent churches and private chapels, and to serve as bridges between the old world and the new. Men like Cassiodorus and Boethius served Germanic rulers while secretly preserving the literary treasures of classical antiquity in their private libraries. These aristocrats understood that cultural survival required political adaptation, and they were willing to serve new masters as long as they could maintain their traditional way of life. Their preservation of classical learning would prove crucial to the eventual Renaissance recovery of ancient knowledge. They represented continuity in an age of disruption, maintaining the threads that connected the ancient world to the medieval one. The final act of the Western Empire's collapse came almost anticlimactically in 476 CE, when a Germanic chieftain named Odoacer deposed the last Western emperor, a boy with the sadly ironic name of Romulus Augustulus, Little Augustus. Odoacer sent the imperial regalia to Constantinople with the message that one emperor was sufficient for the whole empire, then settled down to rule Italy as a Germanic kingdom that maintained Roman laws and Roman administrative practices. The Western Roman Empire had ended not with a bang, but with a whimper. dissolving so gradually that many of its subjects hardly noticed the change. Local administration continued much as before. Roman law remained in force, and Latin continued to be the language of government and culture. The end of the Western Empire was more like a change of management than a complete transformation of civilization. What had disappeared was not Roman culture, but Roman political unity, and even that loss was partially compensated by the continuing authority of the Catholic Church. Yet even as the Western Empire faded into history, the Eastern Empire was entering a period of renewed vigor and expansion. Constantinople had grown into a magnificent city that rivaled Rome in its heyday, its harbors filled with merchant ships from the Black Sea, the Mediterranean, and the Indian Ocean. The Emperor Justinian, who reigned from 527 to 565 CE, would reconquer much of the Western Mediterranean and codify Roman law in a form that would influence legal systems for over 1,000 years. The Eastern Empire, which we now call the Byzantine Empire, would survive for another 1,000 years, keeping the Roman name and Roman traditions alive until 1453 CE. Justinian saw himself as the heir to Augustus and Marcus Aurelius, and his reign represented a conscious attempt to restore the glory of the early empire. His conquests temporarily reunited much of the Mediterranean world under Roman rule, though these gains would prove difficult to maintain in the face of new threats from the east and south. Picture Justinian's great church of Hagia Sophia rising above Constantinople's 7 hills, its massive dome seeming to float impossibly in space, supported by pendentives that represented the pinnacle of Roman engineering skill. When the church was dedicated, Justinian reportedly exclaimed, "Solomon, I have surpassed thee," and indeed, this building would remain the largest enclosed space in the world for nearly 1,000 years. It was Roman architecture transformed by Christian faith, creating something entirely new, yet unmistakably rooted in classical tradition. The church's interior, decorated with gleaming mosaics and filled with the smoke of incense, created a vision of heaven on earth that inspired worshippers and demonstrated the continuing vitality of Roman civilization. Hagia Sophia represented the synthesis of Greek architectural genius, Roman engineering skill, and Christian spiritual vision that characterized Byzantine culture at its best. The building stands today as a testament to the creative power of cultural fusion and the enduring influence of Roman architectural principles. The barbarian kingdoms that replaced Roman rule in the West were not the savage destroyers that earlier generations of historians sometimes portrayed them to be. The Ostrogoths in Italy, the Visigoths in Spain, the Vandals in North Africa, and the Franks in Gaul all maintained many aspects of Roman administration, Roman law, and Roman culture. Their kings often married into Roman aristocratic families, and their courts became centers of learning where classical texts were preserved and copied. In many ways, these kingdoms represented not the end of Roman civilization, but its transformation into something new and different. Theodoric the Great, the Ostrogothic king of Italy, consciously modeled his government on Roman precedents and employed Roman administrators to run his kingdom. The Visigothic legal code in Spain combined Germanic customs with Roman law, creating a hybrid system that influenced Iberian legal development for centuries. These successor states showed how Roman institutions could adapt to new circumstances while maintaining their essential character. The Catholic Church played a crucial role in preserving Roman culture during these transitional centuries. Monasteries throughout Europe became centers of learning where monks painstakingly copied classical texts, preserving for future generations the works of Virgil, Cicero, Tacitus, and dozens of other Roman authors. Picture these dedicated scribes working by candlelight in their quiet scriptoriums, their quill pens scratching across parchment as they ensured that the intellectual treasures of antiquity would not be lost forever. The rule of street. Benedict, developed in 6th century Italy, created a framework for monastic life that emphasized learning as well as prayer, ensuring that classical knowledge would be preserved alongside Christian doctrine. Monasteries became islands of literacy and learning in a world where formal education was increasingly rare, maintaining the cultural continuity that would make the later Renaissance possible. The Church's preservation of Latin as the language of scholarship and administration created a common intellectual currency that united medieval Europe despite its political fragmentation. Roman law proved to be one of the most enduring aspects of Roman civilization, surviving the empire itself to influence legal systems throughout Europe and beyond. The Code of Justinian, completed in the 6th century, systematized centuries of Roman legal development and became the foundation for legal education in medieval universities. Concepts like the presumption of innocence, the right to legal representation, and the distinction between public and private law all derive from Roman legal tradition. Even today, legal systems throughout the world bear the imprint of Roman jurisprudence. The civil law systems of continental Europe, Latin America, and many other regions are directly descended from Roman law, while even common law systems have borrowed extensively from Roman legal concepts. Roman law's emphasis on written codes, consistent procedures, and rational principles has influenced legal development far beyond the boundaries of the former empire. The idea that law should be based on reason rather than tradition or arbitrary will remains one of Rome's most important contributions to human civilization. The Latin language, too, proved remarkably resilient, evolving into the Romance languages that are spoken by hundreds of millions of people today. Spanish, French, Italian, Portuguese, and Romanian all descended from the Latin spoken by Roman soldiers, merchants, and colonists throughout the empire. Picture a Roman legionnaire stationed on the Rhine frontier, teaching Latin words to local Germanic children, never knowing that he was helping to create the linguistic foundation for future European civilization. Latin remained the language of scholarship, diplomacy, and church administration throughout medieval Europe, providing a common means of communication that transcended political boundaries. The preservation of classical Latin literature in monastic libraries and cathedral schools ensured that Roman literary achievements continued to inspire writers and thinkers throughout the medieval period. The revival of classical Latin during the Renaissance created a direct link between modern European culture and ancient Roman civilization. Roman architectural techniques and urban planning principles continued to influence European cities for centuries after the empire's fall. Medieval cathedrals used Roman engineering principles to create their soaring vaults and flying buttresses. Renaissance architects like Palladio studied Roman ruins and incorporated classical proportions into their designs. Even modern cities like Washington, D.C., with its classical government buildings and its division into clearly defined districts, show the continuing influence of Roman urban planning. The Roman invention of concrete enabled the construction of domed buildings and massive public works that would not have been possible with traditional building materials. Roman principles of hydraulic engineering continued to be used in medieval and Renaissance water supply systems, while Roman road-building techniques influenced European transportation networks for centuries. The Roman emphasis on public spaces, forums, baths, theaters, and amphitheaters established patterns of urban design that continue to influence city planning today. The Roman concept of citizenship, too, outlasted the empire that created it. The idea that individuals have rights and responsibilities that transcend their local community, and that these rights should be protected by law, became fundamental to Western political thought. The American Declaration of Independence and the French Declaration of the Rights of Man both drew heavily on Roman legal and political concepts, while the European Union's ideas about citizenship and legal equality across different nations echo the Roman concept of universal law. The Roman innovation of separating citizenship from ethnicity, the idea that one could become Roman regardless of birth or background, established a precedent for inclusive nationality that continues to influence modern, democratic societies. Roman concepts of representative government, checks and balances, and the rule of law provided intellectual foundations for later constitutional developments throughout the Western world. Even the American Senate takes its name from the Roman institution, acknowledging the debt that modern democratic institutions owe to Roman political innovation. Perhaps most importantly, Rome bequeathed to future generations the idea that diverse peoples could live together peacefully under a common system of law and governance. The Roman Empire at its height included Celts and Germans, Greeks and Egyptians, Jews and Christians, all united by their common citizenship and their shared participation in Roman civilization. This vision of unity in diversity would inspire countless political movements throughout history, from Charlemagne's Holy Roman Empire to the modern European Union. The Roman example showed that large-scale political unity was possible without complete cultural homogenization, and that strong central government could coexist with local autonomy and cultural diversity. This lesson remains relevant today as modern nations struggle to balance national unity with regional diversity and cultural pluralism. Rome's success in creating a cosmopolitan civilization that respected local traditions while maintaining overall coherence continues to offer insights for contemporary political challenges. The historical study of Rome itself has provided lessons and inspiration for subsequent civilizations. The American founding fathers studied Roman history intensively, drawing both positive and negative lessons from the rise and fall of the Republic. British imperial administrators in the 19th century saw themselves as heirs to Roman traditions of governance and law. Even today, politicians and scholars continue to debate the lessons of Roman history, seeking to understand how great civilizations rise, flourish, and eventually transform into something new. The Roman example offers both cautionary tales about the dangers of imperial overstretch and military dictatorship, and inspiring examples of how diverse peoples can be united under just laws and effective institutions. Modern students of public administration, military science, and political theory continue to find valuable insights in Roman practices and precedents. The study of Roman decline and transformation provides crucial perspectives on how civilizations adapt to changing circumstances and how cultural continuity can be maintained through political upheaval. Roman military organization and strategy continued to influence European warfare long after the legions had disappeared. Medieval military orders adopted Roman concepts of discipline, training, and logistical support, while Renaissance military theorists studied Roman tactical manuals and strategic principles. The Roman emphasis on engineering and fortification influenced castle design and siege warfare throughout the medieval period. Roman concepts of military law and the treatment of prisoners of war contributed to the development of international humanitarian law. The Roman tradition of citizen soldiers serving the state rather than individual commanders provided a model for national armies that contrasted sharply with the feudal system of personal military service. Modern military academies still study Roman campaigns and leadership principles, finding timeless lessons in the strategies of Caesar, Trajan, and other great Roman commanders. Roman economic institutions and practices also left lasting influences on European development. Roman concepts of property law, commercial contracts, and banking procedures provided foundations for medieval and Renaissance commercial development. The Roman invention of corporations, legal entities, distinct from their individual members, enabled the creation of large-scale commercial and political organizations that could outlast their founders. Roman road networks continued to serve as the backbone of European transportation and communication for centuries after the empire's fall. Roman agricultural techniques and crop varieties spread throughout Europe and beyond, contributing to agricultural productivity and food security in many regions. The Roman emphasis on standardized weights, measures, and currency established principles of commercial law that facilitated trade and economic development throughout the medieval and modern periods. Roman concepts of public finance and taxation provided models for later European states seeking to fund large-scale government operations and public works projects. The Roman educational system, with its emphasis on rhetoric, law, and classical literature, established patterns of learning that persisted throughout the medieval period and beyond. The trivium and quadrivium that formed the core of medieval university education were directly descended from Roman educational practices. Roman emphasis on oratory and persuasive speaking influenced European educational traditions for centuries, while Roman literary models provided standards of style and content that guided writers throughout the medieval and Renaissance periods. The Roman concept of liberal education, learning pursued for its own sake, rather than merely for practical application, became foundational to Western ideas about higher education and intellectual development. Roman educational institutions, like libraries, schools, and universities, established precedents for public support of learning and scholarship that continue to influence educational policy today. The Roman tradition of combining practical training with cultural education created a model of comprehensive human development that remains influential in contemporary educational theory. Roman religious and philosophical traditions also continued to shape European thought long after the empire's political collapse. Stoic philosophy, which had been particularly influential among Roman intellectuals, provided ethical frameworks that influenced Christian theology and medieval moral philosophy. Roman concepts of natural law and universal justice became incorporated into Christian political theory and canon law. The Roman synthesis of Greek philosophy with practical governance created intellectual traditions that would influence European political thought from Augustine through Aquinas to the Enlightenment. Roman religious tolerance and syncretism established precedents for managing religious diversity that would prove valuable during the medieval period and beyond. Even Roman paganism left lasting influences through its incorporation into folk traditions and its preservation in classical literature that continued to be read and admired throughout the Christian centuries. The Roman artistic and architectural legacy proved equally enduring, providing models and inspiration for centuries of subsequent cultural development. Byzantine art directly continued Roman traditions while adapting them to Christian purposes, creating distinctive styles that influenced both Eastern and Western European artistic development. The Renaissance revival of classical art and architecture was fundamentally a rediscovery of Roman achievements, as artists and architects studied Roman ruins and tried to recreate their grandeur. Roman artistic techniques, particularly in sculpture and fresco painting, provided technical foundations that were built upon by later European artists. Roman architectural principles of proportion, symmetry, and structural engineering continued to influence building design throughout European history. The Roman concept of public art created for collective enjoyment and civic pride rather than private consumption, established traditions of public cultural patronage that continue to influence government arts policy today. Roman literary achievements provided models and inspiration that shaped European literature for over a millennium. Virgil's Aeneid remained the supreme epic poem in European literature until the Renaissance, while Ovid's Metamorphoses provided mythological material that influenced countless later writers. Roman historians like Tacitus and Livy established standards of historical writing that guided medieval chroniclers and Renaissance historians. Roman poets like Horace and Catullus created lyrical forms and themes that were imitated throughout European literary history. Roman dramatic traditions influenced medieval religious drama and Renaissance theatre, while Roman satirists like Juvenal and Martial provided models for social criticism that remain influential today. The Roman emphasis on literary craftsmanship and stylistic excellence established aesthetic standards that continue to influence Western literary culture. Roman literature's combination of artistic achievement with moral and political engagement created a tradition of socially conscious art that has inspired writers throughout history. As we come to the end of our gentle journey through Roman history, let us pause to marvel at what this remarkable civilization accomplished. Beginning as a small Italian city-state, Rome grew to encompass the entire Mediterranean world and beyond, creating the largest and most durable political unit in human history up to that time. For over 5 centuries, the Roman Empire provided peace, prosperity, and justice to perhaps 60 million people, speaking dozens of different languages and following various religious traditions. More remarkably still, Roman institutions and ideas proved so robust that they survived the empire's political collapse and continued to shape human civilization for centuries afterward. The Roman achievement was not just political or military, but fundamentally cultural, lies the creation of institutions, ideas, and practices that transcended any particular political system and became part of humanity's permanent inheritance. Rome showed that human beings could create civilizations of unprecedented scale and sophistication, and that the best of these achievements could outlast the particular circumstances that created them. More importantly, Rome showed that human beings could create institutions and ideas that outlast any particular political system. Roman law, Roman literature, Roman architecture, and Roman political concepts continue to influence our world today, nearly 1500 years after the last Western Roman emperor was deposed. The Roman eagle no longer flies over Europe's battlefields, but the Roman spirit lives on in every courthouse where justice is dispensed according to law, in every city planned with broad avenues and public spaces, and in every political system that seeks to balance individual rights with collective responsibility. Roman innovations in government, law, engineering, and culture became so fundamental to Western civilization that we often forget their origins, taking for granted achievements that were revolutionary in their original context. The Roman legacy is so pervasive that it has become invisible, woven into the fabric of our daily lives in ways we rarely recognize or acknowledge. Yet this invisibility is itself a testament to the depth and permanence of Roman influence on human civilization. The story of Rome's transformation rather than simple collapse offers hope and inspiration for our own age. Rome faced seemingly insurmountable challenges: economic crisis, military pressure, political instability, cultural change. Yet Roman civilization found ways to adapt and survive. The empire's political unity could not be maintained, but its cultural achievements proved more durable than any fortress or army. Roman institutions evolved to meet new circumstances. Roman ideas adapted to new contexts, and Roman culture blended with other traditions to create new forms of civilized life. This capacity for transformation while maintaining essential continuity offers valuable lessons for modern societies facing rapid change and global challenges. Rome's example shows that civilizations can survive and even flourish through periods of crisis and upheaval, provided they retain the flexibility to adapt while preserving their core values and achievements. The Roman experience suggests that the greatest human achievements transcend the particular political systems that create them and become part of humanity's permanent inheritance. As you drift off to sleep tonight, picture the Roman legacy not as something ancient and remote, but as a living force that continues to shape our world in countless ways. The roads we travel, the laws that govern us, the languages we speak, the buildings we admire, the very concept of citizenship itself, all bear the imprint of that remarkable civilization that began beside the Tiber River over 2,000 years ago. Rome fell, but Roman civilization never died. It simply transformed itself into new forms that continue to enrich human life today. In our modern democracies, with their emphasis on legal equality and individual rights, in our cities with their public spaces and civic institutions, in our universities with their commitment to learning and rational inquiry, the Roman spirit lives on. The Roman dream of unity in diversity, of peace through law, of prosperity through good governance remains as relevant today as it was in the age of Augustus and Marcus Aurelius. In a world that often seems fragmented and chaotic, the Roman example reminds us that human beings are capable of creating order, beauty, and justice on a grand scale. In the quiet darkness of your room, you can almost hear the distant echo of Roman footsteps on ancient stones, the murmur of Latin voices in marble halls, the splash of fountains in Roman gardens that bloomed 1,000 years before your great-grandparents were born. These are not the sounds of a dead past, but the whispers of an eternal present, reminding us that the greatest human achievements transcend time itself and connect us all in the ongoing story of human civilization. The Roman Forum may lie in ruins, but the Roman Forum of Ideas continues to host debates about justice, liberty, and good government. Roman legions no longer march along European roads, but Roman legal principles continue to march through courtrooms around the world. The Roman Empire has fallen, but the Roman ideal of civilized life continues to inspire and guide human aspirations for peace, prosperity, and justice. Sleep well and dream of Rome, not as it was, but as it continues to be, woven into the fabric of our daily lives and our highest aspirations for human society. Rome's greatest achievement was perhaps its demonstration that human civilization could be both grand and humane, both powerful and just. At its best, Rome showed that strength could serve justice rather than mere ambition, that diversity could enhance rather than threaten unity, and that the benefits of civilization could be extended to all who embraced its responsibilities. These lessons remain as relevant today as they were 2 millennia ago, offering guidance for modern societies seeking to balance power with justice, unity with diversity, and prosperity with virtue. The Roman story is ultimately a human story, a tale of remarkable achievements and tragic failures, of soaring aspirations and humbling limitations, of enduring institutions and inevitable change. It reminds us that all human civilizations are fragile and temporary, yet also capable of creating lasting contributions to human knowledge, culture, and well-being. In Rome's rise and transformation, we see both a mirror of our own civilizational challenges and a source of hope for our own capacity to create meaning and beauty in an uncertain world. Thus ends our journey through the rise and fall of Rome, from the triumphant establishment of the empire under Augustus to its transformation and continuation in new forms that echo through history to this very day. May your dreams be filled with marble columns, golden eagles, and the eternal promise that human civilization, however it may change, endures forever. The Roman story teaches us that, while empires may fall, the best of human achievement becomes immortal, inspiring, and guiding future generations in their own quests for justice, beauty, and truth. Sleep peacefully, knowing that you are heir to this magnificent legacy, and that the Roman spirit of civilized life continues to flow through the world like a great river, nourishing all who drink from its waters.